Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on Launch Pad 39B. Artemis II is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago.
That com cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations.
And welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis II. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenished.
Now, Reed Weissman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program. And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit.
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won. He's out. Now Jeremy's out. There are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note.
Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
ready.
I love that.
Out here. It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
You heard Reed there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause and the four of them step into their Astrovan.
And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
Do not like how open that crew access arm is. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. This is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, that's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
That they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed.
Drag on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around, so sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch.
We are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range, and the good news is the range is go.
As we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad, the closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them. Except for one. I think it took all 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
We currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range, and although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself.
We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3, go Army!
Great news, too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule is inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Right. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety Console.
The Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LP's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch, verify no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range Weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good Air Voice, Charlie, PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. Sir, you have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE and start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view. We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon. This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking data relay satellites. We are in a night pass as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. You can see the perigee-raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to Teeter's handover.
With the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on Teeter's.
Loud and clear, Stan Hollis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
In the meantime, Mission Specialist Christina Cook working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from Mission Specialist Christina Cook on the fault light. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and proxops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit drying going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
We're hearing some comms from the crew as they are preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the tracking data relay satellite system with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. Standing by for separation.
We have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. I see it. Look at that. Woohoo! That,
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view. Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19N. 1.
This is the view from
9. And
This is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. It's quieter. Got a little rumble,
Checking.
like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
No action.
Bit of ICPS. Did you see that photo off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. Large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good looking American flag. Wow. Happy going off, Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon reentry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. And it actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Artemis II mission here at the Johnson Space Center. I'm Nilüfer Ramji, and I am your Orbit 3 commentator. So as we continue to track the progress of the Orion spacecraft on its journey around the moon, we're in a relatively quiet phase of the mission, giving us a great opportunity to take a closer look at the work that's happening behind the scenes. So joining us now is Michelle Zahner. Michelle is the Orion Vehicle Systems and Performance and Analysis Manager. Welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for joining us. So tell us a little bit about your role with the mission.
Yeah, during the mission, I am a MER manager, so that's the mission evaluation room. It's basically the team of engineers that provide the reachback support to the flight control team. So these are the engineers that have followed the vehicle from design through build and testing and provide that expert level reachback support if we have any issues or hiccups during the mission.
That's great. So tell us a little bit about what we're going to see ahead for today.
Yeah, so right, flight day 1 was a packed day. The crew took basically a nap and then had to wake up and do the perigee raise burn. That was completed successfully not too long ago. That put Orion in a safe high Earth orbit. They went back to sleep after that, and soon they'll be waking up, and the big event for the day is the translunar injection burn.
So translunar injection, we talked a little bit about that earlier over the course of our continuous coverage, but tell us again or explain to us what TLI is.
Yeah, so TLI, the translunar injection burn, is the last major burn of the mission, which is kind of surprising because it's on flight day 2. But it puts Orion on a free return trajectory to the moon. So it is a large burn using the OMS engine. It's a 6,000-pound thrust engine on the back of the vehicle on the European service module. And that burn, again, puts us on a trajectory to fly by the moon and puts us on that return trajectory to come home afterwards.
And what determines that go, no-go call for TLI?
So the go, no-go call for TLI is all about redundancy. Right now, when we're in this high Earth orbit, the crew can get home relatively quickly if we were to do an abort. Once we do the translunar injection burn, it's days before they can get home. So we really want to make sure that the vehicle is healthy, that we have redundancy in all of our critical systems, so that we can get the crew home safely if anything were to go wrong.
We've heard you say redundancy a couple of times. Can you explain to our audience what a redundancy is?
Yeah, so redundancy is fault tolerance, or making sure that you have at least 2 legs of any critical function, so that if you were to lose one of the legs, you still have a fallback option. So for example, if you're thinking about the propulsion system, we have 2 engines that are capable of doing large burns. One is the OMS engine that we'll use on TLI. The other are aux thrusters. So we want to make sure both of those are healthy before we do the TLI burn, so that if we were to lose one, we would still be able to return the crew home safely.
Excellent. So today's go is going to conduct for TLI essentially confirms that the main system, as well as its backup or its redundancy, are both in good shape to get the crew around the moon and back home.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Excellent. And are there any other burns that are required to ensure that the spacecraft stays on target for its journey around the moon?
Yes, there are. So on the outbound leg to the moon, there's 3 outbound trajectory correction burns. And then once we fly by the backside of the moon, when we're coming home, there's also 3 return trajectory correction burns. So those are smaller burns that are used to just take out perturbations in the trajectory that were caused by venting from the environmental control system, for example.
So little tiny tweaks to just make sure we're on the right path.
Correct, exactly.
Excellent. So tell me a little bit, Michelle, how are you feeling?
I feel great. It was so amazing to see the launch yesterday. It was an incredible feeling to watch everything go so smoothly. We are all very excited to be working this mission and have the opportunity to learn as much as we can about the spacecraft over the next 10 days. And it's so awesome to have crew on board and to hear their voices throughout the mission.
Excellent. Thank you so much for being on the air with us today. We look forward to hearing from you a little bit more, and hopefully we are go for TLI today to get us around the moon and back home.
Yes.
Thanks,
yes,
Michelle.
Thank you.
And if you continue to follow along with us for our continuous coverage today, we will be on 24/7 for the remainder of the mission. This is Mission Control Houston. We will go back to flight views and watch as Orion is 38,000 miles and counting away from Earth, and about 233,000 miles 100,000 miles away from the moon. This is Mission Control Houston. Good afternoon. If you're just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At a mission elapsed time of 18 hours and 28 minutes and counting, we are coming to you live with our 24/7 continuous coverage of the Artemis II mission. Like I mentioned earlier, we're in a relatively quiet phase of the mission as the crew takes some much-deserved rest after a flurry of flight day activities. So let's do a little bit of a recap of what's happened so far. NASA's Space Launch System rocket lifted off from Launch Pad 39B at the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time on April 1st. This mission sent 4 astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft on a planned test flight around the moon and back. The launch marked the beginning of approximately a 10-day mission for NASA astronauts Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. After reaching Earth orbit, Orion deployed its solar array wings, while the crew and engineers on the ground transitioned from launch to flight operations to start checking out key systems. About 49 minutes into the test flight, the SLS's rocket's upper stage fired to put Orion into an elliptical orbit around Earth. This was the apogee raise burn, which was successfully completed, continuing to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's orbit around Earth. The ICPS, or the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, ignited its RL-10 engine for a precisely timed burn that increased the highest point of the spacecraft's orbit. The spacecraft remained in high orbit, where the crew conducted a manual pilot demonstration known as proximity operations to test Orion's handling capabilities and its systems. Following that, a perigee raise burn was conducted, or a PRB, which raises or adjusted Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for translunar injection, or the TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. The mission management team will be meeting shortly to go through the go, no-go decision for translunar injection. And while we wait for that decision, we are going to take a look back at what has happened so far with our final rendition of Flight Day highlights for Flight Day 1. This is Mission Control Houston.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on Launch Pad 39B. Artemis II is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago.
That com cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations.
And welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis II. so far looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenished.
Now, Reed Weissman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program. And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as CAPCOM at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit.
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won, he's out. Now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note.
Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
You heard Reed there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause and the four of them step into their astrovan.
And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
Do not like how open that crew access arm is. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. This is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, that's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
That they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed.
Drag on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around, so sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch.
We are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range, and the good news is the range is go.
As we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad, the closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them. Except for one. I think it took 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
We currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now, the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself.
We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3, go Army!
Great news, too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are two batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. Two batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the two batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO's go.
Safety Console.
The Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
Rock.
Rock is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range Weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. Sir, you have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful
25.
rocket NASA has ever launched. 20. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. target milestone. Mission Control Houston saying good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view. We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon. This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking data relay satellites. We are in a night pass as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. You see the perigee-raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good. PRM, and 1 minute to teeter standover.
With the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on TDRS.
Loud and clear, Stan Hallis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
In the meantime, Mission Specialist Christina Cook working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from Mission Specialist Christina Cook on the fault light. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit.
Checking.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and proxops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit dry and going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
We're hearing some comms from the crew as they are preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. Standing by for separation.
We have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. See it. Look at that. Woohoo! That,
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view. Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19N. 1.
This is the view from
9. And
this is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. Much quieter. Got a little rumble,
Checking.
like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
No action.
Bit of ICPS. Did you see that photo off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good looking American flag. Wow. Copy. Going off, Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon reentry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. And it actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Artemis II mission here at the Johnson Space Center. We are coming to you live from the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Nilofer Ramji, your Orbit 3 commentator. As we continue to track the progress of the Orion spacecraft on its journey around the moon, we're in a relatively quiet phase in the mission because the crew is taking a much-deserved nap. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 19 hours and 4 minutes and counting, and we are coming to you live with continuous 24/7 coverage of the mission. If you're just joining us, the big milestone that we are looking at for next while, just before the crew wakes up, is that go, no-go decision on TLI, or the translunar injection. This TLI is a burn. That's the last main engine firing of the mission. It propels Orion on a path towards the moon and sets it on a free return trajectory that will ultimately bring the crew back to Earth for splashdown. And that's because Orion is using a free return trajectory to swing around the far side of the moon, and the TLI engine firing also puts Orion on the path to return to Earth on flight day 10. Now, essentially what happens is that the engine will provide up to 6,000 pounds of thrust, enough to accelerate a car from, for example, 0 to 60 miles in about 2.7 seconds. Pending that go, no-go decision for TLI, the burn is currently scheduled for 6:49 and 50 seconds p.m. Central Time. Using Integrity's orbital maneuvering system engine, it's anticipated to be a 5-minute and 51-second burn with a change in velocity to 1,272 feet per second. Once again, TLI commits Orion to the rest of this 10-day mission. This is Mission Control Houston. We will be back with additional updates.
Give me the green light. Give me just one night. I'm ready to go right now. I'm ready to go right now. Let's go! I'm ready to go right now. I'm ready to go right now. I see you move. I'm checking your smile. Working your back like it's going out of style. Shake just a little bit faster. Shake just a little now, girl. I'm dying to meet you, so let's mess around. Got an obsession with us getting down. Come just a little bit closer. I just need permission, so give me the green light. Give me just one night. I'm ready to go right now.
Good morning, Artemis II crew. While you're soaring beyond Earth, we're sending a little piece of home your way. Here are some messages from your NASA team to brighten your flight day.
From your friends in your R3 Flight Systems branch, we are go for exercise.
Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go fly from the Orion engineering team.
Wishing you an excellent mission around the moon from the Huntsville Operations Support Center's Systems Engineering Team. Go Artemis!
From the Marshall Space Flight Center Earth Science Branch to the crew of Artemis II,
We wish you success. Bring back some perspective.
We just wanted to wish you a safe trip to the moon from your JSD SWAT team.
from the Wallops Island Radar 5 crew, go Artemis, Godspeed.
Good luck from your Orion mission planning team.
IMAP team wishes you a safe journey.
Go Artemis II!
From all of us at NASA's Launch Services Program,
We're so proud to support the journey to the moon.
Go Artemis!
Houston Integrity, we are ready to go, and that was awesome. Thank you for all of those messages.
You are very welcome.
This is Mission Control Houston in the the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. That was today's wake-up call for the Artemis II crew aboard the Integrity spacecraft, marking the start of Flight Day 2 activities. The song you heard just now was Green Light by John Legend featuring Andre 3000, followed by a message from several members of the workforce, wishing the crew well as they kick off their journey for Flight Day 2. At a mission elapsed time of 20 hours and 3 minutes and counting, the crew will now begin their post-sleep procedures and will be following along as they get ready for today's scheduled activities and operations. That includes the go, no-go decision for translunar injection, or TLI. Following the decision, TLI will take the crew on their free drift trajectory around the moon and bring them back to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston. Good afternoon from the Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston. At a mission elapsed time of 20 hours and 23 minutes and counting, the crew has now begun their post-sleep procedures and will be following along as they get ready for today's scheduled operations. That includes the go-no-go decision for translunar injection, or TLI. And following that decision, TLI will take the crew on their free drift trajectory around the moon and bring them back to Earth. So let's take a look back and recap what's happened so far. NASA Space Launch System rocket lifted off the launch pad 39B at the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 6:35 p.m. Eastern yesterday, April 1st. The launch marked the beginning of an approximately 10-day mission for NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Christina Koch, Victor Glover, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. After reaching Earth orbit, Orion deployed its solar array wings, while the crew and engineers on the ground transitioned from launch to flight operations to start checking out various key systems. About 49 minutes into the test flight, the rocket's upper stage completed an apogee raise burn, putting Orion into an elliptical orbit around Earth. The apogee raise burn was successfully completed, continuing to fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's orbit around Earth. The ICPS, or the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, ignited its RL-10 engine for a precisely timed burn that increased the highest point of the spacecraft's orbit. The spacecraft remained in high orbit when the crew conducted a manual pilot demonstration to test Orion's handling capabilities, known as proximity operations. Following that, the perigee raise burn adjusted Orion's perigee, or its lowest point of orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI, planned for today, Flight Day 2. The crew then took some much-needed rest with a 4-ish hour nap and were woken up at a mission elapsed time of 20 hours with a song called Green Light by John Legend featuring Andre 3000. And that was followed by a message from several team members of the workforce wishing the crew well as they kicked off Flight Day 2. We'll continue to follow operations here in Mission Control. I'm Nilofer Ramji, handing things over now to our Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take us through the next few hours and kick off Flight Day 2 with the Artemis II mission. And you can see now in the flight control room, the teams are doing the Orbit 3 to Orbit 1 handover. This is Mission Control Houston.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA PAO Leah Cheshire Mustachio, your Orbit 1 commentator, ready to take you through a very busy day for the crew, namely with the translunar injection burn this afternoon. That is scheduled for 6:49 p.m. Central Time, expecting a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the OMS engine. Since launch yesterday from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, the crew has been in a high Earth orbit, allowing them time to check out the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft before committing to flying beyond the moon. Again, today's translunar injection burn will do just that. It'll power the crew and Orion on their trajectory to fly around the moon, and it also serves as their deorbit burn, which will bring them home and splash down off the coast of California in the Pacific Ocean. The crew aboard Orion, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen are in their post-sleep period of the day, having just been woken up with their wake-up song, Green Light by John Legend and Andre 3000, and some wake-up messages and well wishes from teams here on the ground. As you can see, we are in a handover period here in the room. Flight Director Jeff Radigan coming back on console. He is the lead flight director for the Orbit 1 shift. Again, the crew lifted off aboard the Space Launch System rocket yesterday at 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. The spacecraft is currently now over 30,000 miles from Earth. We look to expand that distance today as they leave high Earth orbit and begin their journey to the moon. While the crew is in their post-sleep period and we have entered flight day 2, let's take a moment to get reacquainted with who's flying aboard Orion. Commander Reed Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before during Expedition 41 on the International Space Station in 2014, a total of 165 days during that mission when he completed more than 300 science experiments with his crew members. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022 and back on Earth has 2 daughters. The pilot of Artemis II is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He was selected by the agency as an astronaut in 2013 while he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. He made his first trip to space on the NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission in November 2020, where he launched as pilot of that mission as well. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. And yesterday, he became the first person to pilot Orion during the proximity operations demonstration. He and his wife have 4 children. Christina Cook is our mission specialist, a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so she and Victor were selected as part of the same class. She served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to 2020, setting a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman and a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first all-female spacewalk with her colleague NASA's astronaut Jessica Meir, who's currently, again, living and working on the space station. Before she became an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific work in some of the most remote places on the planet. She loves to surf, rock climb, do community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is a first-time flyer on the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. He's from London, Ontario, and was selected as an astronaut in 2009. Since then, he's worked as a CAPCOM in NASA's Mission Control Center here in Houston. CAPCOM stands for Capsule Communicator, and it's the single voice communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class, and he also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Jeremy and his wife have 3 children. Those are your 4 Artemis II crew members, now over 30,000 miles from Earth, with an MET, or a mission elapsed time, of 20 hours and 51 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 team is on console and the crew aboard Orion is awake. They are in their post-sleep period, configuring the cabin and getting ready for the day. They'll be speaking with the ground shortly for a vehicle status conference and daily planning conference. Talking with teams here on the ground about the status of their spacecraft as they prepare for translunar injection burn this afternoon. Later this morning, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover will also set up the flywheel device. That is an exercise device that provides aerobic and strength training. It's very compact. It's a power-free system that allows the crew to conduct daily aerobic and resistive workouts inside the spacecraft. They can do rowing, squats, and deadlifts and adjust the resistance levels as needed. Exercise is extremely important for astronauts while in space to help them maintain their bone and muscle strength while in the microgravity environment and for their return to Earth. The crew will also have burn conferences and burn targeting today ahead of that translunar injection burn this afternoon. Again, translunar injection burn time scheduled to be 6:49 p.m. Central Time. Today, the crew will also conduct some setup of their National Geographic hardware aboard the Orion spacecraft. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis II. The crew is equipped with multiple GoPros, both Max and Hero 11, and each day they're timelined to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic, which include different portions of their day, including their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and thoughts on the mission. It's a little early in the day for the crew to be thinking about their midday meal, considering they are probably having breakfast right now, but they have quite a selection of food aboard the Orion spacecraft. There are 189 unique menu items, including barbecued beef brisket, granola and blueberries, mango salad. They have 43 cups of coffee on board, different breakfast drinks and smoothies, green tea, cauliflower, butternut squash, quite a selection of food to choose from. After they have their midday meal, the crew has a little bit of downtime built into their schedule today. Again, they were woken up in the middle of the night as planned. They were able to take a very short nap, about 3 or 4 hours before the perigee rays burn lifted the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. Once the perigee rays burn was complete, the crew was sent back to sleep and again woke up just about 45 minutes ago.
You said integrity for toilet.
Good morning, Integrity. We're with you.
Hey, we're complete. If you all want to start the flush early, that's up to you.
Checking. And we just want to confirm that you're talking about the wastewater dump.
Affirm. I don't know if it's helpful to start that early for you all or just for it always to be on timeline. Just want to let you know we're cycled through the toilet for the morning.
Thank you, Reed. And yes, we are enthusiastically excited about doing that early. You are go for that. And Reed, we'll let you know when we're complete.
Integrity.
The voice you hear speaking with the crew is coming from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. That is NASA astronaut Chris Birch. She was selected by NASA to join the 2021 astronaut class. You can see her there at the bottom of your screen. And she is serving as the Capcom today, the capsule communicator. That's the single person in the room that speaks directly with the crew, filtering information that they and the flight director gather from the mission control teams and relay to the crew any actions or information that they need to know. This helps keep communications streamlined and clear. This is Artemis Mission Control.
Good morning from Integrity. We are ready to go for the morning conference.
Good morning, Integrity. I have a couple of topics for you. First, regarding timeline, we have a PCD uplink in progress, and then you'll have updated flight plans that will end in Victor 2, version 2, as the most current. I have a couple of DU items for you. First, the nominal burn plan has been uplinked, and that is in slot 1. And then second, as we were updating the flight plan to the DUs, we believe it was open on DU2, so it may not show the updated plan. So please, at your convenience, close and reopen the flight plan on DU2 and reset it to the current day's plan. How copy?
Okay, we copy slot 1 as nominal, and we will close and reopen the flight plan on DU2.
Good copy. For your essay, during the eclipse after the TLI burn, we're going to rotate to put the CM window 2 facing Earth for about 30 minutes. And then a question for all crew on cabin temperature. Currently the cabin temp is set to 70 degrees, but our actual temp is reading 73. If you'd like to stay at this temperature, please let us know so we can raise the set point to prevent the vehicle from cooling down.
Yeah, Stretch, thanks for asking about the temperature. I think the consensus from the crew is no colder than this. We love it in here right now.
Copy, Victor. Would you prefer us to raise the set point from where it is now?
Yeah, we like this set point for daytime and then maybe up a degree at nighttime.
Okay, copy, Victor. All right, our plan will be to raise the set point so that the cabin temperature stays at 73, and then we can plan to raise that a degree or two for sleep.
Okay, Chris, is that all you have for us?
One last item, and this is for Reed. We've put together some words for you on how to do GoPro exposure adjustments. We're working to get that uplink, and it'll be in a crew message. We can let you know when it's on board, and that's all I have.
All right, Stretch, thank you for the, Chris, thank you for all the info this morning. We have reopened the flight plan on DU2. Avatar is the same as yesterday for VOIC. 8/716 is extinguishes out. We also grabbed some AGA readings earlier this morning. We got them at 2018 MET CO2 is 2.4, O2 19.3. Pressure 14.6 and temperature 71.5. Thank you. Happy faces all around on that one.
All right, Houston copies. Do you guys have any questions for us before I pass you over to flight for the vehicle status conference?
No other questions for you, and questions from the mission summary active watches were done for the timeline, and the D5 times were already set.
Okay, we copy those reports. Thank you very much. All right, I'll pass you over to flight. And Integrity, for information, we're going to start the conference in private on OE2.
That was the Artemis II crew aboard Orion, also called Integrity, checking in with the ground here for their daily planning conference, getting some report outs from Capcom and NASA astronaut Chris Birch. Birch reading up to the crew that after the translunar injection burn and eclipse, the crew will be able to see the Earth out the window for about 30 minutes. And reporting the temperature inside Orion, currently about 70 degrees, which the crew enjoys and requested it a little warmer for sleep, so teams here on the ground are going to make sure that they keep the temperatures around those levels. Pilot Victor Glover called down some readings from the AGA, that's the Anomaly Gas Analyzer. The crew takes these readings a couple of times throughout the day to ensure that the gases in the cabin are at reasonable levels. This is our first flight of an ECLIS system, or an environmental control and life support system, as this is our first flight with crew, so they are testing out how that ECLIS system is working with 4 humans living aboard Orion. He also mentioned AVATAR. That stands for a Virtual Astronaut Tissue Analog Response. It's an important component of NASA's strategy to get a holistic understanding of how the deep space environment affects humans. Scientists plan to use an organ-on-a-chip technology during Artemis II, which makes this the first time these devices will be used beyond the Van Allen belt. These chips are about the size of a USB thumb drive and measure how astronauts respond to deep space stressors, including extreme radiation and microgravity. These organ chips will contain cells developed from pre-flight blood donations provided by the crew members to create miniature stand-ins, or avatars, of their bone marrow. A key goal for this research is to validate whether organ chips can serve as accurate tools for measuring and predicting human responses to stressors. So to evaluate this, the scientists will compare AVATAR data with space station findings, as well as samples taken from this crew before and after flight. This could inform measures to ensure crew health on future deep space missions, including personalizing medical kits to each astronaut. And for citizens on Earth, it could lead to advancements in individualized treatments for diseases such as cancer. AVATAR is a collaboration between government agencies and commercial space agencies, including NASA, the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences within the National Institutes of Health, Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, Space Tango, and Emulate. The crew now has the opportunity to talk with the flight director on a privatized loop, allowing them to ask questions or report anything about their Orion spacecraft after now it has been 21 hours and 18 minutes since their launch. 21 hours and 23 minutes since the Artemis II crew launched on Orion and the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is Artemis Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a visualization of Orion, now over 27,000 miles away from Earth. Today is a major burn for the crew. It is the translunar injection burn. We are expecting that in 3 hours and 50 minutes, or at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. A 5-minute and 49-second burn on the OMS engine. The OMS engine stands for Orbital Maneuvering System Engine and provides 6,000 pounds of thrust. This is a refurbished engine. It has been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles before this mission. The translunar injection burn is what puts us on the course for the moon and also commits us to a return to Earth and a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on Flight Day 10.
Integrity Houston on 1 with a comment about the smoke detector.
Go on 1, Chris.
We've seen several spikes in the smoke detector signal since crew wake, and we're guessing that this is probably associated with movement in that area, but we did want to give you a heads up that it seems to be sensitive. How copy?
Okay, that's a good heads up for us. We're having a look. We don't see anything outside the norm, but that's good essay. Thank you. Hey, one question while I have you, Chris. I assume that my Nat Geo timeline is flexible, that I could do that earlier.
That is a good understanding, Jeremy. You can do that earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 1.
Go for integrity.
Hey, just to make it clear in the open here, we are go for TLI after the MMT concluded their deliberations a few minutes ago, and we're going to proceed down that path and get ready for the burn here.
All right, Jeff, we love those words, and we're loving the view. We're falling back to Earth real fast, and we're looking forward to accelerating and heading back to the moon.
Integrity Houston, I have some steps for bagging water when the crew member who's going to do this task is ready.
We'll call you back in a few minutes, Chris, for those words.
Copy.
Communications with, this is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard NASA Flight Director Jeff Radigan call to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission that the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center has pulled go for the translunar injection burn. We're targeting that burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time, a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering system engine aboard Orion that will send them beyond the moon and commit them to their return to Earth. We're expecting some communications from the Capcom, Chris Birch, a NASA astronaut here in Mission Control, Houston, speaking with the crew aboard Orion. That will be their upcoming burn conference, where she will relay some information about that translunar injection burn, things the crew needs to take action on or know before they step into those procedures.
Houston, integrity on 1 for water.
All right, integrity. Big picture, we are going to be using drink bags and straws, drink bags that are filled from the PWD, and just a straw used from any bob, to transfer water to the urine syringe and use that and a QD to go to a contingency urine stowage bag. And we're going to fill up one of those bags. We believe that this is going to take 2 crew to perform because the interface between the straw and the syringe itself is quite, it does not have a perfect seal. And so it's going to take 2 hands to manipulate the syringe and another set of crew hands to apply back pressure on the PWD. I'm going to give you a procedure reference that has some excellent photos for what we're going to try and achieve in a reverse order from what is listed in the procedure. And then I have the stowage locations for these items when you're ready. How copy?
Big picture, I copied. Go with the procedure in reverse order.
Reed, I copied that the big picture you understand, and you've got a procedure that'll go in reverse order. It came in a little bit broken there. The procedure we're referencing is 26.7.410, contingency water bag fill. Specifically, step 4 has that picture we're talking about. You'll perform step 4.4 first, but instead of filling the drink bag, you're going to be draining the drink bag into the syringe. And then you'll screw on the QD on the syringe and perform steps 4.2 to 4.3 to fill the contingency urine stowage bag instead. We expect that this sort of water shuffling is going to take about 100 times to fill the contingency urine stowage bag. It's about 20 liters. How copy so far?
think I copy enough so that we can get started, and if we have questions, we would call you. Continue, please.
Fantastic. All right, and as you're working that syringe, it's going to be best effort to get a good seal between the syringe and the straw. We have some washcloths we'd like you to gather for fluid that is not caught in there. And also best effort to remove air from the syringe before you put it into the contingency stowage bag. Let me know if you're ready to copy location.
Ready to copy the locations.
All right, you're going to gather the contingency urine syringe in locker D, JSB labeled urine bag 1. You're going to gather the contingency urine stowage bag from the same locker, Delta, JSB labeled urine bag 1, same bag. You'll use 2 unused drink bags, 1 straw, any bob, and you'll gather 2 washcloths from that same locker, Delta, bag 3, and they should be inside a fecal canister with serial number 1039.
Okay, Chris, I copy all.
Okay, understood. We'll be standing by for questions as they come up.
And actually, Chris, before you go, just the first 2 items, just read the full actual name. The 2 that are in locker D, JSB urine 1, read me the names of those 2 items.
Those items are contingency urine syringe and contingency urine stowage bag.
Contingency urine syringe and contingency urine stowage bag, correct?
Good readback.
Okay, we'll do our best and we'll call you if we got questions. We know the big picture, we know what we got to do, and it's the little details that we might give you a call on later.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Hey, with TLI around the corner, do you have a deadline when you want this complete by?
And Reed, that'll be best effort to get as much water in that bag up until TLI.
Okay, copy all.
This is Artemis Mission Control, 21 hours and 43 minutes since liftoff yesterday of the Artemis II mission. Capcom Chris Birch here in Houston calling up to the crew some instructions about filling water in contingency urinal bags. There was a water valve issue that has since been resolved but noticed yesterday after launch. So the flight control team has determined that the crew should bag some water before translunar injection as a precautionary step due to that issue that they have seen. Obviously, they have demonstrated the ability to get the water from all 4 tanks and operated that system with confidence over the last 21, almost 22 hours. So this is completely precautionary, but the crew will use a syringe and a straw to store water in these contingency bags, and they have been instructed just to gather as much as possible before TLI. Again, the water continues to operate as expected, but this is a precautionary step due to the valve issue noticed yesterday.
Houston Integrity, we're ready for the burn conference at your convenience.
Integrity, we're ready for the burn conference. Our preliminary burn plan is on board. No vehicle system status changes since our vehicle conference a few minutes ago. And I do have an updated burn pad for you. This will be burn pad TLI version 03. Let me know when you're ready to copy some deltas. Integrity 1 go back, you will see on board burn pad TLI version 01. UTC of ground generation will be 92 days, 17 hours, 40 minutes, 0 seconds.
Okay, Chris. Yeah, that's what we got, and we just saved a new version, V3 now, so you can go ahead and your deltas.
First, for DAP load, that will be 0 ground DAP. In the guidance solution box, delta V tote will be 1275.4 feet per second. For XYZ delta V, Y is going to be 338.1, and Z negative 273.6. How copy?
We got all that, Chris.
Copy. Finally, in the burn notes section, you will see the power down steps in PVE, but we have 2 additional notes for you. First, prop system pressurization will not occur at burn config segment, but will occur during the burn. Second, EPS crosstie is on ON and shall remain on through TLI and the TLI eclipse.
Okay, we copy the prop system config at TIG, and then the cross tie will be on through the eclipse.
Good words. What questions do you have for us?
Bye. Okay, Chris, I think we only have one question for you. It just has to do with optocoupler response and who's going to be prime for that if we have good comm. Are you planning to take care of that from the ground if we get one of those? Or do you want us to just execute our trained response if we see that and just run it out of caution and warning?
And Jeremy, if we have that optocoupler glitch, we will take the response from the ground.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. And if you could just plan on calling that up to us that you've got it from the ground, just to keep us in sync, that would be good.
Absolutely, Jeremy. We will inform you we're taking that from the ground if it's applicable.
All right, great. We will start executing this timeline.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. It was the completion of the burn conference with the astronauts aboard Orion. All of that information relayed to them by NASA astronaut and Capcom Chris Birch here in Mission Control. Reporting that the translunar injection burn, again, we're targeting 6:49 p.m. Central Time for that. The delta V for that burn will be 1,275 feet per second. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen asked about some optocouplers and if they experience any issues with those during the translunar injection burn, whether the ground or the astronauts aboard Orion would be responding to those flags. Optocouplers are scattered through both the command module, where the astronauts are, and the service module, avionics systems. Optocouplers use light to pass signals between circuits, but keep them electrically isolated. This allows different systems on the spacecraft to talk to each other without spiking them electrically. So this keeps that electrical noise low, and they're reliable in radiation-heavy environments.
The grounder read, if they have good communication with the vehicle, they will take the lead on any optocoupler flags.
Houston, Integrity, do we have a go to run TOT?
Integrity, you are go.
Okay, we're targeting the burn. Houston, Integrity for contingency water bag fill.
Houston's with you.
Question, do you want us to fill from Pry and Sec, or do you have a preferred water source for the fill?
Integrity, we have no preference. Whatever you're configured for now will work.
Okay, Houston, enough from Integrity. We are going to pull half from Pry and half from Sec, just to be ready for any next worst failure.
Houston, copies of that plan.
Now 22 hours since liftoff of Artemis II and our 4 astronauts aboard Orion. They are 24,000 miles away from Earth and actually getting closer to Earth as they are in this high Earth orbit. They've been in this high Earth orbit since yesterday, conducting a perigee raise burn and apogee raise burn to keep them in this orbit around Earth, allowing them an opportunity to test out the systems aboard Orion before committing to flying to the moon. Currently aboard the Orion spacecraft, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover are going to be setting up the flywheel hardware. This is an exercise device. Each astronaut will dedicate 30 minutes daily to exercise. This helps minimize the muscle and bone loss that occurs in space without gravity. Flywheel is a small device. It's installed directly below the side hatch. The crew uses it as a step to enter and exit Orion on launch day, obviously. It is a simple cable-based device and allows for aerobic devices like rowing and resistance workouts like squats and deadlifts. It's best compared to working like a yo-yo. It is a resistance, so the astronauts receive as much load as they put into it, and they can max out at 400 pounds. This is a comparison to the International Space Station. This very small device is pretty opposite from what the astronauts have available there. Several exercise machines that collectively weigh more than 4,000 pounds and occupy about 850 cubic feet.
Integrity Houston, preliminary targeting is complete, and we have good targets on board. We will continue to plan for no intermediate targeting.
Okay, integrity copies, good targeting, and we'll plan to skip intermediate targeting.
Good copy.
That call from Capcom Chris Birch to the crew, letting them know that their burn targets have been uploaded and they will not need the interim targeting that is on their timeline in about an hour. That interim targeting time would allow them to make any necessary changes before they execute the burn. Again, TLI, translunar injection burn slated for 6:49 p.m. Central Time.
Houston, integrity on 1 for Reed's Ethernet cable activity.
Go ahead, Reed.
The PUF 1 Ethernet port right now is being used by the docking camera. Do I have a go to just disconnect that Ethernet cable there and connect the new Ethernet cable over to the 4K encoder?
I'm checking. And Reed, that is a good plan. You can disconnect that existing Ethernet cable and continue with the 4K encoder install.
Good work, thanks.
The view on your left, clearly visualization from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can check this out yourself by going to nasa.gov, searching ARROW, A-R-O-W, for Artemis II. It allows you to see where the spacecraft is at in relation to the Earth and the Moon. Again, currently 24,000 miles away from Earth. Down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you have your Capcom NASA astronaut Chris Birch, who's been speaking with the crew, preparing them for their events today. To Birch's right is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She will be serving as the Capcom on Flight Day 6 during the lunar flyby. She's also a backup crew member for the Artemis II mission.
Houston, integrity. RHC setup is complete. Good morning, Chris. It is great to hear your voice.
Thanks, Christina. Great to hear yours as well. And sitting next to me is Jenny, who's going to be helping me out on console today.
Jenny Gibbons, hello from your crew.
Christina and Integrity crew, it's a pleasure to be with you.
Great to hear your voice, Jenny. How was the launch?
My launch experience was pretty darn good. I don't think it was as good as yours, so it's great to see you guys off the planet.
Yeah, I'm glad you were there to see it with the family.
Thanks, guys. Good work up there.
This is Artemis Mission Control, 22 hours and 10 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. Those communications coming from the crew aboard Orion down to Mission Control Houston, the Capcom, Chris Birch, NASA astronaut, as we have previously shared, and to her right, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, a backup for this Artemis II mission. Really kind words from both the crew and the Capcom. As an Artemis II backup, Gibbons trained with the crew closely in their simulations and in all systems aboard Orion and was ready to step in at any moment needed in case the crew needed her for the mission. She's now serving them from the Earth side by sitting with the Capcom throughout the flight, and we'll be hearing from her on Lunar Flyby Day as well. This is Artemis Mission Control, and again, today is a big day for the Artemis II crew aboard Orion as they are targeting the translunar injection burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. Ahead of the flight, we spoke with mission specialist Christina Cook about the translunar injection burn. Let's hear what she has to say.
The Artemis II mission, at its heart, is a of the Orion space capsule. This is going to be the first time that humans have ridden inside that capsule and that everything on board keeps us alive. The mission itself consists of a couple big orbits and very high orbits around Earth, and then doing a translunar injection burn to the moon. Our TLI burn, the burn that gets us going to the moon, is also our deorbit burn. And what that means is as soon as we take that burn, we have bought off on basically the rest of the mission, save a couple options to do a U-turn burn that are in there as well. But the truth is, we are re-entering before and at the moment we do TLI. And recognizing that our team has to be ready for that full mission as soon as we buy in, that is a really interesting risk posture, and that's why I'm so glad we have spent so much time with our team, super integrated. It's been quite a journey getting to have the technical know-how on this vehicle as much as we have, and as an engineer, I've really loved that process.
A great breakdown from NASA astronaut and mission specialist on Artemis II, Christina Cook, explaining the translunar injection burn is not only the burn that commits them to going to the moon, but also the burn that commits them to their splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. She mentioned there are a couple of options for a U-turn. If that was necessary, teams on the ground do have a couple of options previously discussed in briefings ahead of the mission where they could bring the crew home potentially a little bit early, but this really is the decision point. And earlier today, the mission management team gave the go for the Artemis II crew to perform that translunar injection burn and continue with the mission. Prior to translunar injection burn, and at this point, Orion has been in a high Earth orbit, and we are on the Deep Space Network. This is a little bit of a monumental moment of itself because it's the first time in over 50 years that we have had humans back on the Deep Space Network. Because the International Space Station is in a low Earth orbit, we use the tracking data relay satellite systems to communicate with those crew members. But because the Artemis II crew is traveling so far from our home planet, we are taking advantage of the Deep Space Network available. You're looking at a live view of the Orion capsule, specifically the European Service Module and the OMS engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. Orion is currently over 20,000 miles away from our home planet of Earth. And the engine that you see here, that large one in the center, is what will be used to execute the translunar injection burn this afternoon, 6:49 p.m. Central Time for the start of that burn. Some fun facts about the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This is a NASA-provided and refurbished engine, and before this mission, it had already been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles. It has 6,000 pounds of thrust, and if you strapped it to a car here on Earth, it would accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 2.7 seconds. That kind of power is what we need to take the crew out of a high Earth orbit, send them beyond the moon, and bring them back home. Again, this view coming to you live from Orion. Now 22 hours and 19 minutes into the Artemis II mission, approximately 10-day mission. The view you see is coming from a camera on the tip of one of the 4 solar arrays on Orion. Again, 4 solar arrays, and each panel, there are 3 panels per wing. Each of those is 6.5 by 6.5 feet. So each array length is nearly 23 feet total. And each of those arrays provides enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom homes. These cameras on the ends of the solar array wings can be used for spacecraft inspection and, obviously, capturing amazing views.
a little bit of a change in view. If you look closely now at Orion, you can see a little bit more of a couple of those solar arrays. Because the crew members are setting up the exercise device and preparing to get in their required exercise for the day, teams make sure to park the solar arrays. This helps prevent any loads being imparted on them that could potentially damage them while the crew is exercising in Orion. 22 hours and 35 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission, and our 4 astronauts are actually part of the science flying. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. So before, during, and after their journey around the moon, Artemis II astronauts will be collecting saliva samples. These samples will help scientists probe how their immune system reacts to deep space, so NASA can ensure that humans, instead of viruses, thrive in space as we venture to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's take a look.
Artemis II astronauts' saliva tell us. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. Just one tiny sample provides a window into what's happening into a crew member's body. When Artemis II flies around the moon, the crew will provide saliva samples for a study called immune biomarkers, which probes how the immune system reacts to deep space travel. This research builds on studies we've done before. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station collect liquid saliva samples with tiny oral swabs that roll around in their mouths. They also provide dry samples by blotting their saliva onto special paper that's carefully preserved at room temperature and brought back to Earth for analysis. Artemis missions won't have much onboard room for a refrigerator to store liquid samples. As a result, crew members will take dry samples periodically during their mission so that researchers can see how their immune system changes over time. NASA has been using saliva samples to help understand astronauts' health for decades. During the shuttle program, they discovered that dormant viruses in our bodies, including the one that causes shingles, can reawaken in space. Researchers are unsure why this happens, but think it has something to do with how the body responds to the extreme environment of space, including changes to circadian rhythms, stress, diet, radiation exposure, and weightlessness. By knowing more about how deep space travel affects the immune system, Artemis missions will help NASA ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive in space as we venture onward to the Red Planet and beyond.
Back with these live views of Orion. A great view of the European Service Module and the OMS orbital maneuvering system engine that'll be used for the translunar injection burn. Expecting that time of ignition in 2 hours, 36 minutes. Translunar injection will be a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering system engine, also known as OMS.
Houston Integrity, question on docking camera remove activity.
Go ahead, Integrity.
Hey, Chris. When we are done removing the docking camera with its cables, we see that the stowage note says it should go back into A3 locker. Are we okay to keep it temp stowed in the docking tunnel? Because we're thinking it eventually will go back on.
Christina, that sounds like a great suggestion to us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Integrity Houston, for your information, post-TLI PCL plans are on board. The burn plans are in slots 2 and 3 with titles PCL, PLS, and PCL, PLS, RTC last.
We see the same. Thank you.
Houston Integrity on 1 for a quick big picture sync.
Reed, we're with you on 1.
Hey Chris, I know with the water activity, the timeline is just a bit of a question mark. So Jeremy and Christina are taking a few things off of me and Victor right now, but they're going to focus completely on the burn. Victor and I have the flywheel set up mostly complete, but I am not going to start exercise. I'm going to start water fill with Victor. And then once we feel like if that's a one-person task, I will come over and exercise. I will not start exercise without calling you.
And Reed, that sounds like a great plan to us. We're standing by.
Houston, integrity for AGA readings.
Christina, we're ready for those readings.
CO2, 1.6. O2, 19.0. Pressure, 14.5. Temperature, 71.2.
Copy all. Good readings.
This view live from the Orion spacecraft. We are 22 hours and 48 minutes into the mission and expecting the time of ignition for a translunar injection burn in 2 hours and 25 minutes. This is a test flight, and Commander Reed Wiseman just came down with some schedule potential changes for the crew today as they move through their milestones. He and pilot Victor Glover have completed setting up the flywheel exercise device, but Commander Reed Wiseman reported he will hold off on exercising as he begins to fill water bags with Victor Glover. This is a precautionary step due to a water valve issue noticed yesterday. Since that issue was noticed and resolved, the crew has been able to get water from all 4 tanks and operated that system as it was intended. So this is just a precautionary filling of water bags ahead of the burn that commits us to flying around the moon. Meanwhile, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialists for the Artemis II mission, are focusing on that upcoming translunar injection burn.
Integrity Houston for docking cam stowage.
Go ahead.
Christina, one follow-up with the docking cam. We'd like to do our best to protect it, and so our recommendation is if you'd like to leave it temp stowed, please use the case it flew in, or you're welcome to stow it in the locker Alpha 3 per the stowage note. Just best effort to protect our little docking camera friend.
Yes, absolutely. What was the first option you said before putting it in A3? Was it just to cover it with a bubble wrap or something? I just missed the words.
Yeah, Christina, you can use, we're recommending the case or the foam packaging that it flew up in.
Yeah, sure. I'll package it in its clamshell and it'll live in the docking tunnel. I'll let you know if that does not work.
Thank you, Christina.
Just heard some words from NASA astronaut and Capcom capsule communicator Chris Birch to astronaut Christina Cook aboard Orion, discussing where she will stow the docking camera. This is new hardware on Artemis II. We saw this in use and in action yesterday during the proximity operations demonstration, helping the crew monitor where they were in relation to the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The docking camera is installed, and during those major milestones, it is kept installed during the crew sleep period, but removed during crew wake, since it keeps the crew from observation and photography out of that window.
Houston integrity. After evaluating, we restowed the docking camera in its clamshell back in A3.
Copy, Christina. Docking cam is in A3. And for you and the rest of Integrity crew, please stand down from toilet usage while we perform a wastewater dump.
We copy. Houston integrity for timeline. We are deferring the secondary AGA checkout, if you concur, to work on water ops.
We concur. Thanks, Christina.
Over 23 hours now since the launch of Artemis II, the first flight of Orion on the SLS with humans aboard. View on the left side of your screen, coming to you live from the Orion spacecraft, now about 18,500 miles away from Earth. It's quite a distance compared to when the Orbit 1 shift came on console today, about 3 hours ago. We were approximately 25,000 miles away from Earth. We will continue to get closer until we reach the point of our translunar injection burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. At that time, we'll be about 115 statute miles over Earth. And then the OMS engine that you see on the left side of your screen, that's the orbital maneuvering service engine. It will conduct a 5-minute and 49-second burn that commits the crew to their flight around the moon. This also commits the crew to their splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. And the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center gave the go for that burn this morning. Down in the bottom right side of your screen, a view inside Mission Control Houston, and specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. Just heard some words from NASA astronaut Christina Cook aboard Orion about deferring the AGA readings they have on their timeline. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer. Because this is the first flight of humans aboard Orion, this is also the first time we have flown an Environmental and Control Life Support System, or ECLSS. These anomaly gas analyzer readings allow teams to monitor the air inside the cabin, levels of carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and more. The team is focused, the team of astronauts, I should say, on setting up for the burn, as well as gathering some water from their systems on Orion. They are putting water into bags as a precautionary step ahead of translunar injection burn. There was a valve issue with their water yesterday. It was resolved, and they've been able to use it as planned. So this is completely precautionary ahead of this burn that sends us around the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control in the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Again, you've got a live view on the left side of your screen of Orion on the Artemis II mission, now about 17,300 miles away from Earth. It's been 23 hours, coming up on 23 hours and 15 minutes since Orion launched yesterday as part of the Artemis II mission, a test flight, and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. It may seem quiet from the crew aboard Orion, but they are awake and they are very busy. They woke up at about 1:35 p.m. Central Time today, so just over 3 hours ago, and got into their activities for today. Some of the things the crew has been working on today include preparing for the burn by participating in burn conferences and targeting. They also set up the flywheel hardware. This is what they'll use to exercise during the mission.
Integrity Houston, we've had a successful wastewater dump. Toilet is go for use.
and integrity on 1 for exercise.
Reed, we're with you.
I just want to confirm that the arrays are in a good config and you're ready for exercise.
Reed, yes, we are go for exercise. Thanks for checking.
Okay, I can't promise this is going to be the full protocol, but I'll at least give it a shot here in the cabin. We have a lot of other work going on, so I may have to defer, but let's give it a try. Here we go.
Understood. We're interested in how it goes.
This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. That was NASA astronaut and Artemis II commander Reed Wiseman calling down from Orion to the teams here in Mission Control, reporting that he is ready to use the flywheel device for exercise. Of course, as this is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard Orion, this is the first opportunity that the crew has had to use the flywheel. They are slated to exercise for about 30 minutes per day each. And this flywheel allows a compact system that the crew can use for both aerobic and strength exercises. In total, the flywheel weighs only about 30 pounds, and it's the size of approximately a carry-on suitcase, and that's compared to about 4,000 pounds of exercise equipment on the International Space Station. Major milestone on the timeline today for the Artemis II crew is the translunar injection burn that will take us away from high Earth orbit and on to the moon. That translunar injection burn is slated for 6:49 p.m. Central Time, a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. You've got a great view of that on the left side of your screen. It is the largest thruster in the center of that piece of the European service module. This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, 23 hours and 30 minutes since liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket yesterday at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're live here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, continuing to monitor the mission. On the left side of your screen, you've got a live view from Orion. Currently just over 15,000 miles away from Earth. Currently aboard Orion, Commander Reed Wiseman is exercising using the flywheel device. That may be the cause of the motion that you're seeing on your screen. During exercise, solar array wings are parked so that any loads imparted and any movement of the vehicle doesn't damage the solar arrays. And that's where this view is coming from. There are cameras, one each, mounted on the tip of each solar array that allow us to look back at the spacecraft. This is the first time that the crew has exercised aboard Orion, so the team on the ground is eager to hear how it went.
Houston integrity question, just curious if you see any vehicle dynamics during exercise.
Jeremy, funny you should ask. We're watching a small oscillation visible in SAW camera 2, and GNC has informed us that it is registering on our IME sensors. Nothing of concern, of course.
Okay, copy. We'll keep Reed exercising.
That call from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on his first mission to space, asking the very question we were just discussing on if this motion that you see on the left side of your screen is due to Commander Reed Wiseman exercising on the flywheel device. Ground teams here in Mission Control confirm there is no concern with any motion that we're seeing right now, but it is related to the exercise ongoing.
integrity for Nat Geo.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Two questions for you. I did the settings on the GoPro Max, and when I turned it on, everything was wiped clean. So all those settings I updated, and then I turned it off and turned it back on, and 360 video was not there again. So is this something we're going to have to do every time we power cycle the GoPro Max, is re-establish 360 video?
Checking.
And the other thing you can check on for me is I've got a second GoPro Max here. I expect it is a spare. Where do you want it stowed for the mission if we don't need it?
Jeremy, for the second GoPro Max, you can stow that back in the bag it came from, or temp stow about the cabin per crew preference. Just let us know where. And then we're continuing to look into having to set the 360 again. It's definitely not what we're expecting, so we'll see what we can do.
Okay, and there's a couple bags things came out of, so it's not clear to me where this one goes back. So if you can tell me where the Nat Geo Pro Max camera should be put back to.
Jeremy, we'll have you stow the spare in bag 1, yellow label.
Okay, copy bag 1, yellow label. I assume that is in DE.
That's a good readback. And yes, it's in DE.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you've got a live view of the Orion spacecraft from a camera on the tip of one of its solar array wings. You can see some movement from the spacecraft. It was previously discussed with the crew that Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II mission, is currently exercising on the flywheel device. This is the first time that the astronauts have exercised inside Orion, and so we are seeing some movement from his exercise. This is not completely unexpected, and the solar arrays are therefore in a parked position. This helps protect them from any loads that may be imparted while anyone is exercising in the spacecraft. We also heard Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down to discuss Nat Geo and the cameras that he's using. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the Artemis II story. Therefore, the crew is equipped with several cameras, both Max and Hero 11 GoPros, and each day they are timelined to film from a list provided by National Geographic.
Houston Integrity for update on water ops.
Houston's with you.
For your information, from the time we noted we were starting water ops until now, we have about 7 liters stowed in one of the CWCs. That was with 2 people working it, and now we're going down to single-person ops. So that's just for your tracking purposes. And can you confirm the total number of liters you're hoping to stow?
Copy, Christina, checking. Okay, Christina, thanks for that update. We are seeing roughly the same amount of water removed on our end with 2 people working. We are probably going to work on this for another 20 minutes before we call you off, and then we will take as much water as we can get from those 20 minutes. How copy?
We copy all, thanks. And do you have high confidence in your readings? If so, we will stop tracking on our end.
Christina, yes, we do, and you're welcome to stop tracking, and we'll monitor on our end.
Copy all, thank you.
That was NASA astronaut Christina Cook, mission specialist for the Artemis II mission, calling down to Capcom Christina Birch here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center. She is continuing to work on filling some contingency urinal bags with water from the Orion spacecraft. Yesterday, there was a valve issue observed with the water. It was resolved, and the crew has been able to use water as normally intended. So this is just a precautionary step to gather water as we are heading into the translunar injection burn, now less than 1 hour and 30 minutes away. It's been 23 hours and 45 minutes since liftoff. Orion currently 13,500 miles away from Earth.
Houston Integrity, one more water ops update. We are now switching to the secondary line.
Houston copies. And Christina, for your information, when we are complete with this, our temp stow location will be in Locker Delta.
Copy.
Integrity Houston for Jeremy, not Geo Setup.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey, Jeremy, what you called down previously about the unexpected settings wipe was a surprise to us as well. We would like you to reperform step 3, which is to configure the GoPro Max again with the second or the backup camera. We want to try and understand if this issue affects both cameras or just the one. We think it might be a rad hit or something.
Okay. Luckily, Reed was in the way. I didn't stow that one yet, so I'll go ahead and swap them out and see what happens.
All right, thanks. Good job, Reed. Integrity. Plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Integrity copies.
Houston, integrity on 1. If you have about 60 seconds for a flywheel big picture, I would like to give it, but it's not critical. I can do it later today.
Reed, we're ready for it. We'll take it now.
Okay, first things first, huge kudos. It works. The sound suppression is also fantastic. Nobody in the cabin wore earplugs. Nobody had the need to wear them. We were able to communicate at a conversational level. I could hear all radio calls, so that's a huge win. Completed the full 30-minute profile in aerobic. Exact same as the training on the ground. The same forearm muscular tiredness, but a really good cardio workout. Very pleased with that. A couple things that I did note, eclipse wall can impact, so we're going to have to rework the eclipse wall a little bit. Additionally, I am building up my own static, little static charge. I could feel myself when I was brushing a piece of the seat aluminum or metal that I would discharge a little bit every now and then. So I am definitely with that strap going in and out, building up a little bit of a static electricity kind of charge. That's something you might want to note. And aside from that, it is a really good piece of gear, and we can actually get a nice workout. I look forward to the next time I get to try a resistance workout. That's all.
Reed, thank you. That is a great report. Appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Commander Reed Wiseman has completed exercise on the flywheel device. This is the first time anyone in Orion has exercised, and so he called down to the teams here on the ground reporting some of the things he learned during that time frame, including just some static electricity building up while he was using the flywheel. This is a test flight, and so every single piece of data is brand new and helps us prepare for future missions. We also have our own visual indicator that that exercise is complete. If you take a look at the picture on the left side of your screen, that's a live stream from a camera on the one solar array wing of Orion, looking back at the European Service Module and the OMS engine, the orbital maneuvering system. While Reed Wiseman was exercising, we were actually seeing some movement due to the loads imparted on the spacecraft. Those solar array wings are parked during that time frame to keep them protected and safe from those loads. So during that exercise, we saw some movement. Obviously, that's now completed, so Orion is back in a still configuration. The spacecraft continues to get closer to Earth, now 11,790 miles away. When the Orbit 1 team came on console at 1:30 p.m., so about 4 hours ago, we were approximately 25,000 miles away from Earth. We'll continue to get closer and closer to our home planet until about 6:49 p.m. Central Time. We will be 115 statute miles away from Earth at the time of the translunar injection burn. The mission management team here in Houston gave the go for the translunar injection burn earlier today. That's the burn that will commit us to flying by the moon. Since launch, we've been in a high Earth orbit and maintained there thanks to some perigee and apogee raised burns. This translunar injection burn is what commits the crew to the full length of the mission, sending us beyond the moon for the first time in over 50 years and bringing us home for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean.
Integrity Houston for burn plan uplink update.
Go.
All right, we have updated burn plans in 5 different slots. This would include the HEO Rev2 deorbit burn plan, post-TLI abort plans for both 8 hour and 16 hours post-TLI, and the corresponding RTC last for each of those. And those slots will match what you have in your burn plan. Let me know if you want any more info.
Copy, Chris. Thank you. I see those in burn plan list and understand they'll match what we have in the burn plan. And the words that you said, there are no deltas, right, to our training or any of the things, the materials that we have. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. Great to see it starting to populate.
Now just over 24 hours into the Artemis II mission, after a successful and smooth liftoff and ride to orbit yesterday on the Space Launch System rocket and the Orion spacecraft, our Artemis II crew is currently 11,260 miles away from Earth. This is a visualization of the spacecraft as the teams are reconfiguring cameras ahead of the translunar injection burn. Translunar injection burn time of ignition is targeted for 1 hour and 12 minutes from now. That correlates to 6:49 p.m. Central Time. That burn will be using the orbital maneuvering system engine thruster on the European service module attached to Orion. It'll be a 5-minute and 49-second burn when the spacecraft is just 115 statute miles above Earth. The translunar injection burn will send us beyond the moon and commit us to a splashdown. That splashdown currently targeted for April 10th.
Houston Integrity for Nat Geo.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I seem to be getting intermittent, but the same signature from the other GoPro Max as well. That if I power it off, even when I leave it plugged in, so I don't think it's a battery issue, it defaults or it comes back on into regular video, not 360 video. So I think we just need to ensure it's in 360 video every time we power it on.
Jeremy, thanks for doing all that troubleshooting for us. That sounds like a working plan for now, and we'll see what other troubleshooting we can do on our end. Thanks.
Okay, the one thing that would make that easier for us and to help prevent us from making a mistake is if we mount it such that the screen is facing the working volume of the vehicle. The procedure suggests having the screen face the bracket, but since it's 360 video, I'm wondering if that really matters.
Copy, Jeremy. Yeah, you are welcome to mount the screen facing the volume if that is your preference.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, counting down to 1 hour until translunar injection burn time of ignition. On the left, the data visualization you're seeing is ARROW, the Artemis real-time orbit website. If you look closely, you can see we are now under 10,000 miles away from Earth. That will continue to decrease until we get to 115 statute miles above our home planet. That'll be the closest the crew is to the planet until they return for their splashdown on flight day 10. The translunar injection burn will be a firing of the OMS engine on the European Service Module, OMS standing for Orbital Maneuvering Service Engine. That burn targeted for 6:49 p.m. Central Time and will last 5 minutes and 49 seconds. We're now over 24 hours into the mission elapsed time. To be specific, we are 1 day and 13 minutes since the launch of Orion atop the SLS rocket yesterday in Kennedy Space Center. This is the first flight of crew aboard Orion, and it is a test flight. Since this time of launch, the crew has been in a high Earth orbit. Spending this time in a high Earth orbit has allowed teams to check out all of the systems aboard the spacecraft, being that this is the first time we've flown Orion with crew, allowing us to make the decision on whether or not we are go for translunar injection, which will send us around the moon and commit us to splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. The mission management team here at Johnson Space Center in Houston confirmed this morning that yes, we are go for translunar injection burn. The crew aboard Orion continuing to work in preparation of that burn, and teams here in Mission Control Houston doing the same. On the bottom right of your screen, at the top of the small box, you see Flight Director Jeff Radigan. He is leading the teams here in Mission Control, specifically the Orbit 1 shift. Down towards the bottom of that smaller box are at the Capcom console. Capcom today is NASA astronaut Chris Birch. She is communicating with the crew aboard Orion, serving as the single voice in the room, relaying information and instructions to our astronauts. To her right is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is a backup for the Artemis II mission and a Capcom herself. Now under 1 hour until the translunar injection burn.
Integrity. SM prop helium isolation valves and optocoupler glitch fitter are configured.
Copy, and we see the same on the SM prop valves. And timeline/Optimus question for you when convenient.
We'll take it, Christina. Go ahead.
Thank you. In our PCD Optimus plan options, we now see a Flight Day 2 final V2. Is that the one that you'd like us to be on?
Yes, Christina, that's the one.
Copy that. And question, if we put crew notes on a previous plan, like the Flight Day 1 plan, after these plans were uploaded, but before we switch to them, will you still get those?
Christina, that's a great question. We're going to investigate and get back to you on that.
Copy, thanks.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to DSN to TDRS West handover.
Integrity.
This view on your screen coming from the Orion spacecraft. And that call from the crew, or from the Capcom here, Chris Birch, to the crew aboard Orion, letting them know they are going to be switching over from the Deep Space Network to TDRS, Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. This is the same communication system that we use aboard the International Space Station, and we're able to use this right now because the crew is getting closer to the Earth as we speak. Orion is now about 8,600 miles away from our home planet, and again, that will continue to decrease until the TLI burn, now 55 minutes away. At the lowest point of their orbit, they will be just 115 miles above Earth when that burn begins. And we are handing over to the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. So we're back to that visualization. The Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, also known as ARROW. You can access this at any time by visiting nasa.gov, searching for ARROW. This gives you a great time, day or night, to see where Orion is in relation to the Earth and the Moon. It's been about 4.5 hours since the Orbit 1 team that's working in Mission Control Houston came on console. At that time, we were 25,000 miles away from Earth, and you can see how rapidly we continue to grow closer to the planet. The crew woke up at about 1:35 p.m. Central Time today and has since been moving through their timeline, which included setting up the exercise device. Commander Reed Wiseman using that flywheel exercise device for the very first time. The crew has also been filling water bags. There was a water valve issue yesterday. It has since been resolved, and the crew was able to use the water dispenser as planned. However, this is, again, precautionary ahead of the translunar injection burn to go ahead and get some water out of those 4 tanks aboard Orion.
Integrity comm check on TDRS West.
Loud and clear on TDRS. How us?
We have you the same. And Christina, while I have you, with our proximity to TLI, we'd like you and Victor and whoever else is working on the water bag ops to please stand down, and we will focus on our TLI prep. And also please confirm that you are complete with exercise.
Okay, we copy. Victor did get a tiny bit in, but he is standing down, so we are complete with exercise. We also stood down from water ops. Looking forward to TLI.
Houston, one clarification on exercise when you got a second.
Go ahead, Reed.
Hey, Victor is deferring his exercise for now, just due to time and the water bag. He was our lead water bag filler, so we will want to get him exercise this afternoon, please.
Copy. We will find a time to make that happen. Integrity for some Nat Geo troubleshooting for Jeremy when you have a moment.
Go ahead.
Jeremy, we have one small troubleshooting request from you. We're hoping it will not take very long, and it'll get us some good data to see what's going on. If you could please, on either Max GoPro, turn it on, and in the bottom left corner of the LCD screen, tap the button that appears there, and see if you can cycle it from video to 360.
Yeah, I can. That's how I've been getting it to 360 mode, is by tapping that.
Okay. Copy, Jeremy. Thanks. Good data. And then for Reed specifically, but also the entire crew, there is a crew message on board for GoPro exposure adjustments.
Okay, copy. We got a message on board.
One day and 25 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II flight, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. Our crew is NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and mission specialist and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Teams here in Mission Control Houston are preparing for the burn conference, during which they'll call up to the crew the status of the vehicle, any actions they need to take for the translunar injection burn. Translunar injection burn time of ignition.
I've got some AGA ratings for you before we power it down when you're ready.
Thanks, Jeremy. We're ready for those.
Okay, CO2 is only 1.2. O2 is 19.1, temperature 73.1, and the pressure is 14.4.
Copy. Great readings. Thanks.
And Houston, just for timeline to sync you up, we've got most things taken care of other than the stuff we told you we've deferred already. The portable speaker, we've got it out, but we're not going to turn it on. We haven't had a need for it yet, and we know there's some ground settings, so we don't want to get into that before TLI. So we'll just leave it. We'll get to it later. And then we do want to get some exercise for Victor later. He didn't get much time on that. Other than that, you have any questions on our timeline?
Thanks for the update, Jeremy. Copy the speaker, and yes, understand Victor, an exercise was cut short earlier today, so we'll prioritize getting him some time this afternoon. Thanks. No further questions.
Calls from the crew aboard Orion down to Mission Control here.
Integrity, Starfield maneuvers are starting in 2 minutes.
Integrity copies.
That's the voice of Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He was previously working with the National Geographic equipment and on that timeline, troubleshooting some of the camera settings that he was having trouble with. The crew is capturing different facets of their life aboard Orion through that National Geographic timelined activity. Also relaying down the information that pilot Victor Glover didn't really get the opportunity to exercise on the flywheel device, as was previously timelined for him today. We do know that Commander Reed Wiseman was able to use that device, so teams here on the ground will look at the timeline and make sure Glover gets to exercise this afternoon as well. 45 minutes now from the translunar injection burn.
Houston Integrity, we just want to make sure in step 15 there's no change to the final burn plan.
Jeremy, we do have some small changes to the burn plan. It's currently being uplinked and should be complete shortly.
Okay, copy that.
Integrity, Houston is ready for the burn conference when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready on board. Go ahead.
All right. The final burn plan has been uplinked. It's on board. We have no new vehicle statuses. I have 3 deltas to the burn pad, referencing burn pad with UTC ground generation, 92 days, 17 hours, 40 minutes, 0 seconds. Let me know when you're ready to copy. Integrity Houston, did you copy my last?
Yeah, we did. Well, we copied you talking about the UTC time. We called you, but then didn't hear back, so I'll just start over. We are looking at UTC burn pad that we started with earlier today that we changed to V3. It's day 92 and time is 1740, correct? And we'll save that as version 4.
That's correct, Jeremy. Are you ready for the deltas?
Okay, go ahead, your deltas.
All right, all three are in the guidance solution box. Delta V totes, 1276.3 feet per second. TGO, 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Delta V feet per second, Z direction, negative 276.7.
Okay, we're going to take another second of TGO, and we changed the Z direction, and we got the new Delta V tote of 1276.3.
Good read back. And if you can, we'll take a status of the crew power downs for the pre-TLI timeline block.
Okay, power downs are complete, Chris.
Copy, power downs complete. Do you have any questions for us?
We don't have any questions, and I guess we might as well ask you for a go for targeting at minute 31.
You are go.
You can disregard that. We'll just verify it initiates.
You are go. That's exactly right, Jeremy. Expecting that to happen automatically. And integrity starfield maneuvers are complete.
Copy.
Now under 35 minutes until the translunar injection burn time of ignition. Again, we're expecting a 5-minute, 49-second burn on the OMS engine. This stands for Orbital Maneuvering System. It's part of the European Service Module on Orion. This is a live view from Orion looking down towards that European Service Module. You can see one of the solar arrays down in the bottom right. Orion continues to grow closer to Earth, now 5,000 miles away from the planet. At the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn, we will be just 115 miles above planet Earth, and approximately 1,000 pounds of fuel will be burned during translunar injection. Prior to heading to the moon, Orion must be at least one fault tolerant in all of its systems. Mission management team earlier today did poll go that we are ready for the translunar injection burn on time tonight. At this point, Orion has been in an elliptical orbit in contrast to the space station's circular orbit and was previously on the Deep Space Network, the first humans to be on that network in over 50 years. They've transitioned back to the tracking and data relay satellite systems that we are used to seeing for our friends aboard the space station. Earlier today, the crew powered on the rotational and translational hand controllers. These were used yesterday in the proximity operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion for the first time. Powering these on allows them to serve as a backup in case the burn didn't last as long or put us in the proper phase. The crew would be able to command small burns from the OMS engine on the service module in order to maintain a proper attitude. But all systems are looking good ahead of translunar injection burn, again scheduled for 6:49 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity, TLT, and orb guide converged. We're taking a look, but initial results are looking good.
Okay, we're just comparing values right now.
Integrity. Houston has completed the poll for TLI. When the engine ignites, you embark on humanity's lunar homecoming arc and set the course to return Integrity and her crew safely home. Houston is go for TLI.
Integrity copies, and your Integrity crew is go for TLI. With this burn to the moon, we do not leave Earth, we choose it.
Integrity copy. Thanks for those beautiful words.
Those thoughtful communications coming from Mission Control Houston and Capcom Chris Birch, NASA astronaut, reporting up to the crew aboard Orion that they are go for translunar injection. Equally thoughtful words coming back down from mission specialist NASA astronaut Christina Cook, ready for translunar injection to fly by the moon and also return home to our planet. We're now 27 minutes until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Orion now only 3,700 miles away from Earth. Again, that'll...
Integrity, we've finished verification of our onboard targets. They look good.
Okay, Chris, our comparison looks good as well.
We copy.
One day, 48 minutes since the liftoff of the Artemis II mission, our 4 astronauts aboard, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, all flying aboard Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. We are 25 minutes away from the time of ignition of the translunar injection burn. This is a 5-minute, 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering service engine on the European service module. The view on the left side of your screen, looking down towards that portion of the spacecraft, you can see the solar arrays, which gather power from the sun and store that in Orion's batteries. The spacecraft now 3,400 miles away from Earth. That'll continue to decrease until the time of ignition for translunar injection, when the spacecraft will be just 115 miles above our planet's surface. All systems looking good here in Mission Control Houston. Teams have given the final go for Orion. The first of those came this morning from the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center, and the most recent coming from the flight controllers in Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Flight control team, specifically the Orbit 1 flight control team on console, being led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. You've also been hearing the voice of Capcom Chris Birch, a NASA astronaut communicating with the crew aboard Orion. We've also been joined by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, sitting in the back of the room, here to monitor the translunar injection burn that will send our crew beyond the moon, the first time humans have done so in over 50 years. Orion is now under 2,800 miles away from Earth. And again, we are 21 minutes away from the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Since launch yesterday, that was 1 day and 53 minutes ago, we have been in a high Earth orbit, an elliptical orbit around our home planet. This translunar injection burn is the commitment to flying by the moon and splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Integrity, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Under 20 minutes now from the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Teams on the ground reporting good configuration of the Orion spacecraft.
All right, and Houston, we're showing DBDT, it's fluctuating, but 0.0129, and as it's still going positive up to 0.005.
Copy, Jeremy.
And we're watching the Eclipse cabin leak.
Copy, Jeremy. Jeremy, we see DPDT stable. We want you to continue to monitor. Continue to monitor via procedure number 2.1.0.
Change in the fan speeds just prior to that.
Copy, Jeremy, and that tracks with our actions here on the ground. We were just changing the ARS state.
Okay, we will continue to monitor this as well with you in parallel, and we'll keep progressing with the burn.
That's That's a good read back, Jeremy. We're following along with you.
Calls from Mission Control Houston and Orion as they received a cabin leak warning. However, teams on the ground were transitioning the air revitalization at that time. The crew will continue to monitor the status inside the cabin. However, we are still go for translunar injection burn at this time. The solar array wings are in motion ahead of this burn. We position the solar array wings so that there are no loads imparted on them during the burn, keeping them safe from damage.
Integrity, we see a stable cabin pressure. We believe that this is associated with commanding we were doing for ARS, and we will be doing some suspected leak cleanup actions after TLI. For now, we are continuing to press for TLI.
Okay. Crew's feeling good about where we're at right now. That is all tracking, and we are go to continue.
Houston copies. Thanks, Jeremy.
After looking at the data here on the ground, further confirmation from the teams that they believe the warning the crew received was when they switched over the air recirculation system following the exercise that occurred earlier. The cabin temperature and pressure have been reported as stable, and so the crew remains go for translunar injection burn. They'll take some actions to clear that warning that they received after the translunar injection burn, which is targeted to start just about 14 minutes from now. That burn, 5 minutes and 49 seconds, will be on the orbital maneuvering system engine, part of the European service module. We are now 1 day and 1 hour into the flight of Artemis II. "13 minutes from the time of ignition, Orion just about 1,300 miles away from the Earth's surface."
Integrity, maneuver to burn attitude starting in 2 minutes.
Integrity copies.
Integrity, saws are configured for the burn.
Copy saws.
The calls you hear in Mission Control Houston coming from Capcom NASA astronaut Chris Birch up to the crew aboard Orion. The solar array wings have been configured into the position for the burn. They are moved forward up toward Orion and away from that orbital maneuvering system engine. This protects the solar arrays during the burn, keeps them safe from any loads that may be imparted from the thruster as it fires. Again, coming up on 11 minutes until the time of ignition, and we are standing by for Orion to maneuver into the burn attitude. Orion now just 1,000 miles above Earth. Just over 10 minutes until time of ignition for the translunar injection burn that will send Orion beyond the moon and commit us to a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. Approaching 900 miles above Earth's surface, and at time of ignition, Orion will be just 115 miles above Earth, approximately 250,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor. Quiet here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we approach the translunar injection burn. Less than 9 minutes away from time of ignition of this 5-minute, 49-second burn. Again, the crew received the go for this configuration this morning to proceed with translunar injection from the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center.
Integrity, roughly 1 minute left in our maneuver to burn attitude.
Okay, we show the same.
Orion now 650 miles away from Earth and continuing to be maneuvered to its burn attitude, or its proper positioning for that translunar injection burn. All flight controllers here continuing to monitor their systems, and everyone remaining go for our journey to the moon.
Integrity, Orion is in burn attitude.
Okay, we show the same.
Capcom Chris Birch confirming to the crew that Orion is in the proper attitude, the proper positioning for the translunar injection burn, now less than 6 minutes and 20 seconds away. Orion is less than 500 miles from our Earth. Again, we will watch that tick down to 115 miles above the Earth's surface. Coming up on 1 day and 1 hour and 10 minutes since the launch of the Artemis II mission from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And we've just marked 5 minutes until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn, which will send us to the moon. Our crew, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen are all aboard the spacecraft, which is properly configured for the burn. This commits us to leaving Earth orbit and moving beyond the moon. It also is our deorbit burn and commits us to coming home, splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. The spacecraft is in the proper attitude, the proper configuration, with its solar array wings swept up toward the spacecraft, allowing the orbital maneuvering system engine, which will conduct the burn to prevent it from imparting any loads on those solar array wings. This will be a 5-minute and 49-second burn, at which point Orion will be just 115 miles above Earth. It remains quiet here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as teams continue to monitor their systems. Everything's still looking good, and everyone go for translunar injection. Three minutes now until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Orion now 190 miles above Earth's surface, 248,600 miles away from the moon. Continuing to hear good reports from the flight controllers here, Artemis Mission Control in Houston. Orion just 130 miles above planet Earth. As we mark 1 minute until the time of ignition of the translunar injection burn, correction to an earlier report, that will be a 5 minute and 50 second burn on the orbital maneuvering services engine. Mission control is go. The crew is go. You're getting a live view from Orion now of Earth. Ten seconds until translunar injection burn start.
Integrity, good engine, good control.
We show the same. Feels great up here.
At MET, mission elapsed time of 1 day, 1 hour, and 14 minutes into the Artemis II mission. As Orion was flying 115 statute miles above Earth and 247,600 miles away from the moon, we have the start of the translunar injection burn that will send the crew around the moon, the first humans to do so in over 50 years. Again, this will be a 5 minute and 50 second burn on the orbital maneuvering service engine, part of the European service module. Continuing to hear good calls here from Prop in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Integrity, looking good.
Integrity copies.
Velocity of the spacecraft ticking up, now over 23,900 miles per hour. Two minutes into this 5 minute and 50 second burn. Continuing to get good calls here in Mission Control Houston from all flight controllers.
Integrity, we copy the enabled caution, no crew action.
Okay, integrity copies.
The crew did receive a caution on their screen and have no action at this time. We continue to burn the translunar injection burn.
Integrity, similar caution, no crew action.
Integrity copies.
Over 3 minutes now into the translunar injection burn. These live views coming from Orion as it looks back on Earth, leaving high Earth orbit and beginning its journey to the moon. We are now 230 miles above Earth, 246,500 miles away from the moon. Again, this burn started on time, MET, mission elapsed time, 1 day, 1 hour, and 14 minutes. We are targeting a 5-minute and 50-second burn. We've just hit the 4-minute mark into the burn. Quiet here in Mission Control Houston as flight controllers continue monitoring all systems. Everything looking good. We have 1 minute left in the translunar injection burn. Everything continuing to look good. Again, these live views coming to you from Orion as it looks back on Earth and begins its journey to the moon. And this, a live look inside Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Jeff Radigan monitoring all of the Orbit 1 teams. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman has also joined us in the room to monitor the translunar injection burn. We have less than 20 seconds left of this burn. This is the final major burn for the mission because this also serves as our deorbit burn.
Integrity looks like a good burn. We're confirming.
Integrity copies.
Confirmation from teams here on the ground to the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. We have translunar injection burn cutoff and early reports that it was a very good burn. Orion now 520 miles away from Earth. Just 5 minutes ago, we were only 115 miles above Earth's surface. That distance will continue to increase as we are now on a trajectory to fly around the moon for the first time in over 50 years. Live views from the Orion spacecraft as it looks back on Earth following completion of the translunar injection burn, the burn that commits us to flying around the moon. It also commits us to a return to our home planet on Flight Day 10 and a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. But for now, these views of Earth as Orion starts its journey. This is Artemis Mission Control. 1 day, 1 hour, and 24 minutes since liftoff of Artemis II. We have just completed the translunar injection burn. Preliminary reports of a good burn. Again, this commits us to flying by the moon and coming back home on flight day 10. We're approaching 1,000 miles away from Earth. Just 10 minutes ago, we were 115 miles above Earth's surface. Since launch, Orion has been in a high Earth orbit. This allowed the teams to check all systems aboard the spacecraft and gain that confidence that for this first flight of humans aboard Orion, we were go for translunar injection and a flight to the moon. That go that came this morning from the mission management team and later this afternoon from the flight control team in Houston. Crew reported that they were go as well, and now we are going. Teams in Mission Control Houston continuing to provide good reports on all systems aboard Orion.
And Houston Integrity, we just wanted to share a little bit of the sentiment up here as we came around the planet, and we're zooming over just 100 nautical miles above it if you got a moment.
Please, Jeremy, we are all ears.
Well, with that successful TLI, the crew's feeling pretty good up here on our way to the moon, and we just wanted to communicate to everyone around the planet who's worked to make Artemis possible that we firmly felt the power of your perseverance during every second of that burn. Humanity has once again shown what we are capable of, and it's your hopes for the future that carry us now on this journey around the moon.
Thank you for those words.
Poignant words coming down from Canadian Space Agency astronaut and mission specialist on Artemis II, Jeremy Hansen. It's his first time to space, and it's the first flight of a Canadian to the moon. Hugs there at the Capcom console from NASA astronaut and Capcom, or capsule communicator, Chris Birch, with Artemis II backup and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. We're now over 1,000.
Integrity, 2 minutes until a TDRS West to TDRS East handover.
Integrity copies.
Now over 1,500 miles away from our planet, that distance continuing to increase. You can keep track of Orion's distance from the Earth and to the moon at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. We are currently 242,800 miles away from the moon and continuing to get closer. We will do so until flight day 6 when we make our closest approach during the lunar flyby. This view coming from Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 flight control team is on console. Team members continue monitoring the flight of Orion and the systems aboard the spacecraft. coming up on 1 day, 1 hour, and 30 minutes since the launch of Orion.
Houston, integrity, our HC stow is complete.
We recently heard a call that the
Integrity, we copied. RHC stow is complete on Tidris East.
Great, comm check. Houston, integrity, we have lost DU2. It appears it may be power cycling with a DAC message of DU2 comm fail.
Integrity, we copy. We saw that enunciated caution, toggle in and out of alarm. Your go to try and power it up.
And Houston, it was in a power cycle after going down, and it has come back up. We are going to go ahead and understand the prop cautions are no action. They are recurring and going away a few seconds later. We'll stand by for any other troubleshooting words on DU2, but so far it looks like it's nominal.
Thanks, Christina. Good news on DU2. No further actions for you on DU2 reconfig. We'll do any other backside stuff on the ground, and we are taking a look at that prop caution as well.
Copy all, and copy also the good comm check on Tidris.
Yes, Christina, good comm check on Tidris East. And to let you know, we are complete with our post-burn reconfig.
Copy all.
few different communications with the crew there coming from Capcom Chris Birch. We heard the crew report that they were having an issue with their DU. That's the display unit. There are 3 display units inside Orion. It sounds like one of those is rebooting and powering back up. There were also some propulsion cautions that are being cleared. Additionally, we are still on the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS, and have handed over to TDRS East, confirming that we had a good voice check on TDRS. We won't be on TDRS for long. We will be switching back to the Deep Space Network as we continue to increase our distance from Earth, now 2,780 miles away from our home planet. Over 3,000 miles away from Earth now.
Integrity, we are maneuvering to the Earth viewing attitude.
Copy and thank you.
Orion is now being maneuvered into an attitude to allow the crew to be able to see the Earth as they depart it. Again, we are rapidly leaving our home planet and growing closer to the moon, now 240,300 miles away from our lunar neighbor. In about 5 minutes, we'll transition from the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System as our primary method to communicate with the crew over to the Deep Space Network. They'll remain on the Deep Space Network all the way around the moon and until they return to Earth.
Integrity, we have completed the cleanup steps from our leak suspected warning that has cleared the board. We've reset FITR, and so now we'll be able to detect any changes per our nominal config.
That's great news, Houston. Thank you.
Capcom capsule communicator NASA astronaut Chris Birch calling up to the crew aboard Orion, also known as Integrity. There was a leak warning that popped up just before we got into translunar injection burn. However, it was quickly determined that this was due to the air recirculation system being transitioned into a different state. All teams remained go for a translunar injection as we continued to get good readings inside the cabin, and that warning has since been cleared.
Integrity, 2 minutes to TDRS East to DSN handover.
See you on the other side.
Standing by for TDRS to Deep Space Network handover. We're now handing over to the Deep Space Network and expect to hear some comm checks once the crew is on the other side.
Integrity, Houston, comm check on OE1 on DSN Madrid.
We have you loud and clear.
Copy, we have you the same.
And we are getting just a beautiful view of the dark side of the Earth right now, lit by the moon. Phenomenal.
That sounds amazing. We hope you're taking some pictures for us.
Yeah, none of us can get to lunch because we're glued to the window. We're taking pictures. Reed said he just can't take it anymore.
That tracks. Thanks, Integrity.
We have good communication checks on the Deep Space Network with the crew aboard Orion. Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, having recently completed the translunar injection burn, are now on their way to the moon. The Orion spacecraft was oriented so that they would be able to see out the windows as they departed Earth. We are now 4,687 miles away from our home planet, a number that's continuing to grow and will do so until we fly by the moon on flight day 6. The crew reports beautiful views of Earth as they fly by the dark side, as referred to by Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. They are taking photos that we will expect to see downlinked later on and look forward to sharing. 30 minutes since the start of the translunar injection burn. Again, that was a 5-minute and 50-second burn using the orbital maneuvering service engine on the European service module. This was the burn that committed us to flying by the moon and returning home to Earth. Day 10. We are now over 5,430 miles away from Earth. At the time of the burn, we were just 115 miles above our home planet. We're 237,000 miles from the moon. This view inside Mission Control Houston as teams continue to monitor the systems aboard Orion. Everything looking great after that translunar injection burn. Orion is also back on the Deep Space Network, which allows us to communicate with the crew as they travel farther away from our home planet. The crew is also in their timelined midday meal, but as we heard from mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, they are all glued to the windows, getting some views of Earth as they depart. This view of visualization of Orion, you can access this at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. This is called ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. This is live throughout the mission and allows you to see just how far we are from Earth and close we are to the moon. It's now been 1 day, 1 hour and 50 minutes since liftoff of the Artemis II mission. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We are on our way to the moon after a successful translunar injection burn. We are expecting a news conference this evening to discuss the status of the mission at this point, the translunar injection burn itself. That's slated to begin at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. It may get a bit of a delayed start.
Integrity, for your information, the PCL pointer is set to slot 2 for post-TLI.
Okay, copy. Slot 2, on our way.
Again, as I was mentioning, we are expecting the news conference to start momentarily. If you're watching on YouTube, that news conference will air on this channel, and you don't need to go anywhere. We will have that available as soon as it begins. In the meantime, Orion continues to increase its distance from Earth, now approaching 7,000 miles away from the planet. We've also gotten much closer to the moon. Just about 15 minutes ago, we were 240,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor, and now we are approaching 235,000 miles away. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are standing by for the beginning of today's press conference about the status of the mission and the translunar injection burn. Completed that 5-minute and 50 second burn. Right on time, and put us in the proper position to fly by the moon on flight day 6 and return to Earth on flight day 10. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Again, we had a successful translunar injection burn that commits us to flying around the moon and coming home. Our crew of 4 aboard Orion in their midday meal. And here on Earth, we are standing by for the start of our news conference about the status of the mission. If you're watching on NASA's YouTube, you don't need to go anywhere. We're going to bring that to you right here, and we'll be here in Artemis Mission Control.
The Artemis II mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And lift off. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up. To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, and welcome to our Artemis II status update. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications, and I'm joined by several NASA managers this evening to talk about our recent translunar injection burn to send 4 astronauts on the Artemis II mission to the moon, and about how the test flight is going overall. They are Dr. Lori Glaze, who leads NASA's Artemis program, Judd Freeling, Ascent Flight Director for the mission, and Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager. We'll have some opening remarks and then take questions both from reporters here in the room and on the phone. And those of you who are joining us by phone can press *1 to get into the question queue. And with that, we'll start with Lori.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to be able to tell you that for the first time since 1972, 17 human beings have left Earth orbit. With Artemis II's successful 5-minute and 50-second translunar injection burn this evening, our 4 crew members, NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are now on their trajectory toward the moon. The burn was executed by our flight operations team here in Houston, and it was flawless. The burn was the last major firing of this mission. From this point forward, the laws of orbital mechanics are going to carry our crew to the moon, around the far side, and back to Earth. Our crew is healthy, and our spacecraft is performing really well. After we've had a series of checkouts since launch, and again, everything really performing pretty well. And we are on the path that we designed for this mission. But just a reminder, again, you can hear us keep saying it over and over again, this is still a test flight. We are getting, and we're going to continue to get, lots of new data every day, important information as we continue learning how we're going to operate this Orion spacecraft in the actual space environment. And I'll tell you, we're already learning a lot as we go. We've encountered several things along the way. We're not really tracking anything right now that's of concern, but anything that we've encountered since we've launched was brought to our mission management team today and discussed, and the satisfactory path forward on every case, and a unanimous decision to proceed forward with the go for the translunar injection burn. So you'll hear a little bit more about some of that here in a minute, all the things that we've been doing. As a reminder, we got 8 days of work ahead, and we intend to learn as much as we can, everything that we can that this vehicle can teach us. And with that, let's see, before I do that, we had a couple images we wanted to share. Let's see if we can pull some of those up. I wanted to share one of my favorite images. This one I saw last night. Actually, I was getting onto the plane to fly here from Florida. this one popped up, and I just absolutely love this one. Looking out the window, you can see the solar array wing there and the OMS engine from the Orion spacecraft, and then you can see Earth's crescent in the back. I just thought it was absolutely gorgeous with our crew members being able to see out the window there and get that photo. It's just absolutely beautiful. And then the second image I wanted to show you, you'll hear a lot more from Howard about the proximity operations demonstration that was conducted yesterday evening. And let's see, is that one going to come up?
It's coming back.
It's coming back. There it is. And in this image, you can see Victor Glover on the left there. He was using the manual controls to maneuver the spacecraft. And then Reed Wiseman on the right there was calling out the commands. So it was really, I hope some of you got a chance to watch that. I was riveted. It was absolutely spectacular to hear Victor's narration of the whole activity. So super cool. So with all of that, I am going to hand it over to Judd, and he can talk us through some of the technical details about the flight so far.
All right. Thanks, Lori. It's been a great couple of days to be in the space business. Yesterday, SLS put us right on the money during ascent. We started with some checkouts by the crew from both the water dispenser and the toilet. Those were successful. And ICPS then burned us with our perigee raise maneuver, got us in a stable orbit. We did have a brief comm outage that was due to a ground issue that we have now rectified, and we understand that's not going to be a problem henceforth. And then, let's see, the ICPS then gave us a great amount of energy, put us in the high Earth orbit with the apogee raise burn, again, right down the money. So really happy with that burn. After that, as Lori mentioned, Victor did the ProxOps demonstration, gave us a lot of great feedback on how the vehicle responds in preparation for future rendezvous operations. So very valuable data. We also checked out all of the carbon dioxide scrubbers, all 3 beds successfully checked out, and CO2 is doing great in the vehicle. We did, once we were done with the ProxOps demonstration, the ICPS on its own did the automatic deploy of the 4 CubeSats, and then also ICPS did its disposal burn, and so that all went well. In the middle of the crew sleep, we also had them wake up and do the perigee raise burn, and that was 100% successful. Got us again back into a stable orbit, raised our perigee to about 100 nautical miles. So we're happy with that performance as well. This morning, the crew woke up. They had a conference with the flight control team and our lead flight director, Jeff Radigan. Went over some details of anything that they had, changes to the timeline, which were minimal. They did an exercise test of the flywheel. That was successful. Reed reported that it was exactly like training. His arms are really tired, and he got a great cardio workout. So we took some samples of what the carbon dioxide was while we were doing exercise, and that was all great as well. And of course, just a little under an hour ago, we did the translunar injection, which sets us up for the free return around the moon and also for splashdown in San Diego. So with that, I'll hand it over to Howard to give you some more details on the Orion.
All right, thanks, Judd. Really excited to be here. Wow, what a great 2 days, huh? I haven't slept, I don't think, very much over the last 24 hours, just following all the things that have happened for the Orion spaceship. We had a perfect ride uphill, got into orbit, spent a good day, just checking out systems. And we're getting ready for TLI that Lori talked about, and a successful TLI and a really great precision burn that we just had. But I'll talk about the things that we accomplished yesterday. Yesterday, as you know, we did a proximity operations demonstration with a centerline camera and with a spacecraft. I call test driving the car. It's been an awesome event for all the engineers and the team that's worked on it to hear Victor and Reed talk about our spaceship and the work that we put in to put into this capability for manual flying. I would say that, first of all, we accomplished all the test objectives that we set out for this proximity operations. We have 2 precision tests And I'll describe a little bit about what those were. But I'll send with a picture first to show you and describe. This is a very close-in picture, these three pictures. On the, I guess, upper left of the picture is our centerline docking target right in the middle. It's a standoff cross that you'll see. It's a 2-foot wide target. This is the target that we're going to use for future missions. So this is the exact flight configuration that we use. So it was really important that we got that on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. So we were able to get that on that stage, and what we do, as I describe it, is as we separate from the ICPS, we do a backflip, 5 degrees per second, and we back away all the way as far in this demonstration was about 400 feet. And that back away scenario, that allows us to have a good standoff understanding. We're pretty far away, not this picture, but I'll talk a little bit about where this is going. Then we start doing what I call course manual piloting. And this allows, and you might have heard this, what Victor was doing was basically moving side to side with the spaceship, up and down, and then doing the rotation pitch, roll, yaw, making sure that the response from the spacecraft and the performance is what he's seen. And the reason it's course is because you're so far away at 400 feet that you want to make sure you have big maneuvers so you can see the target going out of your field of view a little bit, okay? So that's what we did at the initial part, and then we slowly started coming in and approaching the vehicle. And that picture that you see in the upper left side is almost to 33 feet. It's about 40 feet away, I think. And that's where we will do what I call fine manual piloting. So we're just doing a little bit of the same thing, side to side, up and down, doing the pitch, roll, and yaw maneuver and handling. And you heard that if you watched closely, and some great commentary. Especially, it was heartwarming to hear. I know I talked to some of our team members today, you know, to hear that how well their baby worked, you know, operating precisely. That is exactly what we wanted to do, holding the attitude and being able to maneuver very well and described, I think, just very excitedly by Reed and both Reed and Reed and Victor. I think it's really a great a moment for all of us who have been working in this arena to get this demonstration off. And of course, that wasn't the end of it. We did back away to about 65 feet, and we let the ICPS do a maneuver, and then we had another target, what we were calling this two-dimensional target. So it didn't have a standoff cross like we did on the ICPS nose. What we did was add a good 2-degree target or two-dimensional target on the spacecraft, on the ICPS, and then we did the same maneuver, but a little different. This maneuver was what we call 6-degree of freedom maneuver, where we were tracking and also maneuvering by rotating as well. So you're translating and rotating at the same time, and that allowed you to have a different characteristic of the vehicle performance in a manual piloting approach. And we were also able to go to this 33-foot range. So really important demonstration of both the fine and coarse handling of the spaceship for future missions as we go forward. And that was something that we wanted to make sure we brought down some risk. And you saw the images of the centerline camera, and performance was outstanding. And of course, the crew was outstanding. They did a terrific job. I actually flew the simulator. I did not qualify for this mission, unfortunately. So I definitely wasn't ready for this kind of mission, but Victor just did terrific and followed everything. And I saw the track today in terms of predictions, and I got to give kudos to him. He followed it right along, and it was a really great opportunity to demonstrate our capability. So that was a really important demonstration and test of our rendezvous and proximity capabilities that we're going to need for the future. But also in that 24-hour period, we had to obviously demonstrate our readiness for translunar injection. We were able to really track a lot of the subsystems that we've learned from on Artemis I, but also the most important subsystem when we put humans on board is the life support system. And I'm happy to report that the performance of the CO2 scrubber the ability to distribute water, control the temperature inside the cabin is exactly as we predicted, and in some cases better. And so that was really great. And of course, across all the other subsystems that we demonstrated in Artemis 1, like power generation, was better than predicted also. Over 13 kilowatts of power generation, and our ability to control, like I said, the inside cabin and control the temperature across all the parts of the spacecraft was right on and nominal. So that was really good to see. And of course, we were ready to execute the TLI burn today, and our guidance navigation control system was ready to go and demonstrated through this burn its ability to handle this type of burn and the precision that's needed to take us to the moon and come back into Earth's atmosphere. So really great overall demonstration of the proxops, really great demonstration of the core subsystems that we have on board the spaceship that's required to execute the rest of the days of this Artemis II mission. And finally, I would say that we had, I would say, really great opportunity to just understand our overall performance across all these subsystems and making sure that we're ready to commit the crew to a safe journey to the moon and back. And we demonstrated that over the last 24 hours. We were able to, as Lori said, have a mission management team review of that and determined that we were go for TLI. And I'm just really happy that we're headed to the moon. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room, and then we have several on the phone. A reminder, please raise your hand if you're here. We'll have a mic coming around. And then if you are joining by phone, *1 can get you into the question queue. And we will begin in the room here. Let's come around with the mic here in the front. Yep.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com, and I think it's for Howard. You know, the TLI seemed to go quite well, although I guess there were some reports of a couple of caution alarms that the crew reported, and then the mission control said, you know, it was not to worry about. And I'm just curious what those alarms were, or those caution lights were, and you know how they were, I guess, set aside so quickly. Thanks.
Okay, I'll let Jed maybe give some highlights there.
Yeah, so about 15, 20 minutes before TLI, we had a couple of nominal reconfiguration changes of the atmosphere revitalization system, the cabin fans. And when we were moding those to a different mode, the fan speed change caused the cabin sensors to dip below the caution limit for just a bit. And of course, that rang an alarm that was a suspected cabin leak. That was a false indication. And so we quickly knew that there was no leak. We knew that there was just the sensors dipping low pretty quickly. Additionally, there were some RCS, reaction control system, SM manifold messages that we had been seeing previously. Essentially, whenever we're using that system, there's a pressure sensor divergence. And we've seen that before, and so we knew exactly what those signatures were. So again, not an issue at all.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica, and just congratulations. So far, it's been spectacular to behold all of this. I guess two questions for Howard. You know, first of all, quick question: were there any thruster issues during the ProxOps demo? Any sort of outages or concerns with that regard? Did everything perform nominally? And then does the performance and Victor's piloting during that exercise give you confidence in Orion's handling for the maneuvers contemplated in Artemis III with one or two of the HLS?
Yeah, no issues with the thrusters. They perform nominally and the performance is excellent. Relative to future confidence, this gives us a lot of confidence in terms of close in. I've talked previously about being on the docking axis. It's very important for the crew because unlike Orbiter, where we were able to have situation awareness from the windows, when we approach closely, we are very dependent on the cameras and the LiDAR that will be on Artemis III and above for our relative navigation. And so this was a really good exercise of that. And of course, hearing the crew in a preliminary way through verbally, but we'll look at the data very closely and then get the post-flight report from them in detail. I think at first indication that the vehicle performed better than obviously they expected. And I think, for us, it was really good understanding of how the human-in-the-loop part worked. We know precisely what our capabilities are when we have automated capability, but having a crew in the loop and demonstrating their capabilities and being able to hold and be able to execute a translational and rotational maneuvers and being able to do that precisely is really outstanding. And I look forward to them coming back home, telling us all the nuances. I'll be sitting in hours with them and questioning them on how they felt about it and what the responses were based on the pulses they put in. But yes, it's very, very heartwarming to hear that from the crew, and of course, even better to get the technical data and play that forward.
Go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. This is probably for a combination of both Judd and Howard. Now that we're committed with TLI, during Translunar Coast, the attitude you're going to hold, what are the out-the-view windows for the crew? What are they going to be able to see Earth with regard to Earth or the Moon? And also, prior to the flight, you were talking about, based on TLI, what they would get to see when they do the close observation. It was based on a sun angle of high, medium, or low. What did we end up getting based on the launch day and the TLI that we're in? And if you don't mind, just based on what he said, I'd like to follow up with Howard. It sounds like, based on what Ike said and you said, that the handling qualities, tight, deadbeat damping, that this is better than you predicted. Is that a true statement?
You want me to start first? And I would say that, predictions are hard. There's a human-in-the-loop kind of element, and we practice that. So I would say, yes, definitely maybe better than we anticipated in a lot of ways, because there's variations by which we go into space. On a closed-loop control system, for guidance, navigation, control, when you have an automated system, you know precisely and you predict exactly how the system will respond. The crew is well-trained, and Victor did exactly what he needed to do, and the spacecraft responded.
As far as where the vehicle will be pointed, most of the time we spend in a tail to sun attitude. So we take the back end of the vehicle, point it towards the sun, and so whatever the geometry is, that's what you get. We sometimes have the advantage when we have good power balance, we can move the solar arrays that have cameras on the end, and we can move those around and see what, look back at the Earth or look forward at the Moon. Also on, flight day 6, whenever we do the lunar closer approach, we'll change attitude, make sure that the crew has those views of the lunar surface. As far as the lighting of the Moon, this was a lower lighting day that we launched. I think it was in the 20 to 30%, 20% lit area. So we'll still get good shots from the crew. We'll still get great descriptions from their Mark I eyeballs. But we're going around the Moon, so that's the main thing, right?
Okay, we'll take 2 more on the end here, and then we'll go to the phone. So go ahead, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Waddle, CNN. Quick question for Howard. I know Victor said that he was going to give the Cooper-Harper rating scales during the prox ops. Are you able to share those numbers? Just curious to know how it handled. And then also would love to just ask a general question about the crew, how they're adjusting to orbit. Specifically curious about the first-time flyer and whether there's any space adaptation syndrome without, invading privacy. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm sure we can share the Cooper-Harper handling qualities. We did assessments with the simulator, and we'll do it as part of this demonstration, and love to hear that feedback. I think we got some different feedback, like I said, but look forward to that. Yeah, definitely. But I'll let Judd answer the other question about
as far as the crew members, they're doing great. There's no indication that they're having any problems at all. So I don't expect that they're having any problems.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Thanks so much and congratulations again.
I wanted to ask about the troubleshooting of the toilet that happened on that first day. Can you just explain to us what the issue was and how they fixed it? And on a priority scale, would you say this was a number 1 priority or a number 2?
So when, we had always planned to wet the toilet with some water that we had pulled out of the PWD, the potable water dispenser, and it turns out, I guess, we didn't put enough in, and so the pump was not fully wetted, and so it has automatic fault detection in that if it's not fully wetted, it'll shut itself down. So once we figured out that we didn't put enough water in, we put more in there, made sure that it was essentially primed, the pump was primed, and then the toilet came right back up.
I will say that in addition, a good kind of byproduct of this, while we're working through those procedures, we were able to check out the secondary vent line for the urine as well. And so that was a good, that's an alternate path. If we could not go with the primary line, we were able to vent out on the secondary line, and we were able to demonstrate that. And we didn't demonstrate it today, the primary vent line through the working toilet. So I think both lines are working well, and really happy about that.
Yeah, I'll just add real quickly that I think, this is a great example of some of the procedural things as we're learning to work and live in the Orion capsule. We've got real humans in there. They're trying to live and learn, and we're gonna learn things along the way. Oops, we need to do this. We need to prime it first. This is the kind of things we're gonna get.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone now, and we'll start with Marcia Dunn from the Associated Press.
Oh yes, hi. Good evening. I have a question probably for you, Lori. Could you just or anybody really, could you talk about the stress level in mission control prior to the TLI burn? I mean, were you really sweating it there? And now that that's done, do you have any new revised numbers for the lunar flyby distance? Do you still think the Orion's going to go 4,000 miles past the moon before turning around, maybe closer to 5,000? Any new lunar distance numbers from today? Thanks.
Hey, Marcia, thanks for the questions. I'll let Jed speak to what the mood was like down in Mission Control. I was actually sitting up